The volume theory, an hyper elite trader trades with a strong volume direction in mind, meaning that he must trade in mind with the fact that the monthly, the weekly, the daily, and the H4 volume are the most important. What do I mean by that? I mean by that, right? Let's say, for example, we have like this the time frames. If you have the time frame this way, we have the monthly, the weekly, the daily, the H4, right? The ticket cost on monthly is more important than the ticket cost on weekly. Is more important. That is more important than the ticket cost in daily, and the daily one is more important than the ticket cost in uh in H4. So, for example, we are now on the gold on gold. You will see that the ticket cost on the gold on weekly, this one, is bended to the downside, right? It's bended to the downside. But at this level, the line can bend it a little bit to the upside. People who thought that uh, they could have started buying, people who thought they could have started buying the line can bend it to the upside from now till somewhere here were wrong, because you see the market fell down. And sometimes the the best way to validate that the volume on weekly will will keep going down is to go on daily. For example, you go on daily, is to go on daily. You know that the volume in weekly ticket cost is to the downside, right? And you will see that on daily, the ticket cost volume is also to the downside, right? And that is the most important. So on H4, don't start saying that, oh, I'll start buying. I'll start buying Tenkan inverted to the upside like this and start aiming the highest highs, and start aiming like the highest like this on H4. No, keep selling this price, because the volume is first of all more important in bigger time frame, right? The volume is more important in bigger time frame. Like monthly ticket cost is more important than is more powerful. It leads the price more than the weekly one, and the weekly is above the daily, and the daily is above the H4. So put in mind that as an hyper elite trader, the monthly ticket cost mostly at this beginning, right? Something like this at this beginning. This is the most important ticket. That's what will lead the market on weekly. And then the weekly ticket cost will also lead the market on daily. And the daily ticket cost will lead the market on H4. And the rest is just history. So the volume is more important in bigger time frame. For example, you see this, what happened here on H4. On H4, KSB, KSB went to the upside, right? At this level, you may have thought that no, H4 is now bullish. Let's start buying, but that's not what daily is telling to you. That's not what daily is telling to you. That's why I show you the first theory. The first theory is the framework theory. The framework help you go from big time frame to lower time frame, not the way around. So you have first of all the root zone, the root time frame to the entry time frame. Not like you start from the entry time frame to go. Don't start on H4 to understand what will happen on daily. No, It's daily that give instruction to H4 to behave in a certain type of way. Okay, so it means that the volume is more important. So that's how an hyper L thing. So now, um, the next thing that I want to talk to you about is how do you maintain a position? It is wise to maintain the position with CK Cross and KSB and the Cloud SS, right, for long movement by entering on Tenkan inverted before the cloud, the TK Cross before the cloud, or on the SSB cloud for the first KSB on SSA before the push. What do I mean by all of this? Okay, the most important thing, right, for the in this volume theory is that the volume theory will help you earn so much money that, like you cannot imagine, like crazy type of money. So, so what I said there is that right. How to maintain a position? Don't maintain a position with a naked price like this. Don't maintain a position with a naked price like this. Because if you want to maintain this position with a naked price, like let us say you enter here. So if the price doesn't break those low to the downside, you stay in position. But at this level, this low has been broken, isn't it? No, hasn't been broken. It's okay. Let's go. So I want to show you something. Don't maintain a position with a naked chart. Okay, what I wanted to say will not work. So let me give you an argument that is more reasonable. A naked chart like this, right? Only following the break of the V breakers like this. More we keep breaking, more you stay in position. More we keep breaking, more we stay in position, right? Sometimes it gives anxiety, it gives stress. So anxiety and stress to maintain a position this way. It's better to add up another element, which is Ishimoku, and prefer to maintain a position rather with holding all of the whole TK cross, this one right here, right? Let me even start saying let us even start with, yeah, let us say the whole TK cross like this. By entering, first of all, on SSB. If you enter on SSB, then you can hold all of the whole TK cross that happen and earn money out of that. Now, you can also hold the KSB. For example, Kijun and Kijun and SSB started crossing to the upside at this level. Kijun and SSB started crossing to the upside at this level. So if you have entered at this SSA inverted here, right, and you let this ticket course happen, so you could have hold this whole uptrend like this. That is roughly 1,500 pips. So you can hold 1,500 pips using Ishimoku Vegeta than using a naked chart. Naked chart has more some type of anxiety that it can give you. But to solve that anxiety, if you add up elements, you can actually hold better. So so another thing is that right. Another thing is that what did I say here? How to hold a position. And how to hold a position, entry on Tinkani, etc. Okay. The next thing that I want to make you realize is that the most important thing about the number one idea about the volume theory is anticipation of that volume, anticipation of the TK volume. Okay, what do I call by anticipation? What do I call by anticipation? Let us say you have a spa and manicure business, a spa and manicure business. So you have a nail salon, by the way, a nail salon, right? You open a nail salon in a location, right? In a location, uh, you hire technician, you hire nail techs, you hire customer service, right? Uh, you buy uh, nail product, the product that you treat client with. You 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 make some marketing, like physical marketing, billboard or TV marketing, something like that. You 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 gather a list of contact, right? You gather a list of contact. What else? What else do you do? Mm, 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 mm. Uh, and then you pay taxes. You pay taxes. Let us stop at this level. Okay. You know what? When you do this, that is called anticipation. Everything that you do there, nail technician is an anticipation of what? Is an anticipation of that, right? One day a client will pass across the road like this. A woman, she will pass and then see the nail salon, come in and give you the dollars, right? But all of this, nail technician, list of contact, marketing, customer service, paying taxes, paying product, none of those things give you money. None of those things give you money at all. But it is those are the things that you do to anticipate the arrival of money. To anticipate the arrival of money because it's a chain. You want money, right? That is your dream. You want money to make a living, but you need to anticipate the money to come. If you don't have things that anticipate the money to come, how will you earn money? Let us say, for example, you don't have any nail technician. You yourself, you are not a nail tech. Who will come and give you his her money to do what with it? That would be a scam. So you need to anticipate. Let us say you use bad products that won't remain hands. No client will come again because you have a bad reputation, right? Let us say you don't pay any taxes. You have problem with the justice system. Let us say you have no customer service. You will not have lifetime value client like repeated customer. Let us say you made no marketing. You only rely on physical on people passing in front of your nail salon. Meanwhile, there is Facebook. You can find clients on Facebook who don't know you, on Instagram, on TikTok. So all of those things that anticipate are not money. Those are the things that you do to 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 make the money come. You install those things to make the money come. Those are the anticipation. So the most important thing in the money creation is the anticipation. It's not the money itself. So that's why I told you that stop fantasizing about the dollars. Stop fantasizing about the money. Okay. Stop just looking at the money like this. Look at and use all your brain to anticipate the money to come. There is a type of behavior. Let us say that you have a bad customer service. You are so rude to client. They will not come again there. They will not come if you are rude to client. Even those referral, word of mouth, like when people start do the referrals to you, referrals are also anticipation, because referral. By the way, when this girl go and talk to her girlfriend, she will talk with the mouth, but it's not because she has talked with the mouth that her girlfriend will come to your shop. It's just referral is just a method to anticipate revenue. Like that anticipation will 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 may drive will drive the revenue, but those are not anticipation where there is if I do this, or those are the anticipation where there's no if. Those anticipation are 100% with certainty, because let us say that you have a great nail technician, a man who can do nail style that are very good. A client come, she wants this style, she wants the French, she wants this, she wants this. He does it, and he's fast. Like he respect the women, the woman client. This only this one will make you start having income. Then your product are very good. Like you treat some weak nails, fragile nails, who use to break every time. So you use some good product that make the nails harder, so that a woman can keep the nails her natural nails a little bit longer than using artificial nails. So you treat her, she will come back to you because you are actually her doctor. Okay. Let us say for taxes, you negotiate taxes with the government and you pay regularly. They will not come and close your nail salon. For customer service, it's the same thing for everything. Then your client list will grow and you start having referrals. So those are not the if. Those are not the in my fail. The only reason why those things fail is when you don't use the right ones. You don't use the right anticipation system. Like for example, you use very weak nail techs who are very rude to clients, who wound the clients, and they will not make the client come. So, and anticipation is the most important thing in business. You need to set up anticipation elements. I don't know how to call it. Anticipation stuffs, anticipation element. I don't know. I don't know how to call those secret that are put around the place where you earn money. But let us say anticipation cycle. How do I call it? The cycle of anticipation, the cycle of creation of the money? I don't know. You need to put those anticipation elements. Those are the anticipation elements that give you the dollars. If you don't have it, forget about it. If you don't have your nail salon, like your shop, like that, this salon, there's a chance that you don't have some type of client coming to you, because there are nail technicians who are at the border of the road, the road like this. They don't want to pay too much light bills for a building, and they want to charge client not that expensive, just enough. So they sit at the border of the road. There are some type of client who comes there, but for a nail salon that is big like this, there are another type of client. Those are more people who work on offices, or it can be the same client, but yeah, there are different reasons why you go to a nail salon that is a building, and to a nail salon on the street, right? This year is more for students, or for people in the quarter, or for quick people who don't want to spend too much money on a nail, right? So if you don't have the nail salon, you will not have a certain amount of money, right? So you need to anticipate the money. You don't need to the money itself, the dollar itself. You need the anticipation of the dollar. You need the anticipation of the dollar. So create anticipation. Create anticipation, not dollar. Create anticipation of the dollar, not the dollar itself. So that's why I say, yeah, and yeah, okay. That's why I say always anticipate the creation of the volume. The ticket is volume. So you know that the ticket cross that you see here, the ticket cross here is actually your money. The ticket cross is a representation of the growth of your account. Because if you enter here on SSB here and you let the price go till this level, like you follow the ticket cross separation, you will be making, I want to take a risk what that is very easy to calculate. Let us say that you place $100 in this position. Now the risk reward is 10. So you are making 10 times your money. It means that your account has grown to $1,000, right? So you have risked $100 and your account has gone to $1,000. So at the entry year on SSB, when you enter, your account were at $0, $0 of growth, like $0 of growth. When you enter at this level, your account were at $0 of growth. So the ticket cost volume create what? Growth in your account. So that's why I say that earn in ticket cross volume, not in dollars. Because, right, what created the other one? Who created who? Who created who? Do you think that is the dollar who created the ticket cross? Is the dollar who created the ticket cross? Or is it the ticket cross who created the dollar? What is the answer? The volume ticket cross created the dollar to your account. It is not your dollars that created the ticket cross. Your dollars, you as a retail trader, you're not even the market mover, a market mover, a big player. How can you create the ticket cross? So you are not even in the game of creating this ticket cross. This ticket cross is a global financial economy related to inflation rate, NFP, CPI, employment rate, jobless, everything. And you alone, your small dollar, even if you have 1 billion in your bank account, you cannot create the ticket cross. Never. This is more. This is not this ticket cost is not even related to the dollar. It is related to certainty about geopolitical situation. It is related to certainty about geopolitical situation of the global world economic between state, right? Between state on earth. It's not even the dollar that creates a cost. It's not the dollar that creates a cost. When you see the gold falling down, it's about certainty or uncertainty. When you see the gold going up, it's because the investor doesn't want to take risk, maybe on technology and everything. So they start on other industry, and they start putting their money in gold to do capital preservation. That's why the ticket cross on the gold will start rising up to the upside. It's not even about dollars. It's about like the certainty. Because the thing is that, right, the dollar itself doesn't exist. What exists is minds. Minds, like people have minds, like investors have minds like that. And dollars doesn't like uncertainty. If you tell me that in a country there will be a war where I have my real estate, in a country where there will be a war where I have my real estate, my houses, if my house rent were $200,000 per month, when the war starts, the house rent will be $100,000 per month. So even if my house is not touched by any bomb or anything, so the money itself doesn't have uncertainty. But when the war finishes, my real estate business in that country, we gain back his real value, his real market value. Maybe it will even go further. It will be more expensive than that. So money itself is linked to uncertainty and certainty. The dollar doesn't like uncertainty. So that's why the dollar cannot create ticket cross. So that's why I say that, I say in the document that, right, earn in volume, not in dollar. Earn in volume, not in dollar. That is the most important idea about the vegetal theory, the vegetal volume theory. Earn in volume, not in dollar. Because if you keep looking at your MT for dollars, you get crushed. It means that you have not understood what trading is. Trading is about earning volumes. So when you are on chart, right, focus on anticipating the existence of a ticket cross that will make your dollars grow because ticket cross creates the dollars. So focus on anticipating the dollars. It's like in this house that we draw on the bottom. So what you need to do is that, right, there will be a year for anticipation and there will be money year for dollars. So you'll be focusing on anticipating the ticket cost and the KSB volume. Those are the two volumes that you need to anticipate. That is why I created the volume theory. The volume theory will help you anticipate the existence on the chart of the ticket cross. And when you anticipate it, you grow your account. So stop focusing on dollar, focus on volume. So to anticipate then to do the anticipation, there are already known anticipation point on the graph. I will give you it to you now. I wrote here in French that let me try to translate this in English. I can translate like by myself, like, but I don't want to. I want something quick. It did not do. Let me translate it by myself like this. So what I said here is that you execute the entries on anticipations of the volume, and then you earn the volume TK cross KASB in the time frame skipping by 2. You execute the entries on anticipation of the volume. Okay. You execute the entries on anticipation of the volume. And then I wrote this one. On high time frame, then I wrote this one on high time frame. Okay. Low time frame, high time frame. One anticipation on high time frame are setup and V breaker. Another anticipation on low time frame are Tenkan inverted. Okay. So let me first of all read and translate all of this. Then I will explain to you one by one because it is the same thing. This sentence and the sentence here below is the same thing. So what are the anticipation? The anticipations are in the time frame of in the root time frame in the root time frame, right? In the root time frame, what are the anticipation? You have root time frame that are called like a high time frame. The anticipation are the setups 1, 2, Tenkan or Kijun, and then the V breakers after after setup 3, 4, 5. Okay. Then the anticipation, then in the CS2 time frame, of the volume where you earn in ticket cost SS. Okay. 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 The anticipation are the MT, the Tenkan inverted, the white space between Kijun and SSA when CK cost is in correction without touching SSA. The SSA itself is an anticipation also. So what do I mean by all of this? Okay, let us start with high time frames. Let us start with weekly. Okay. Okay. What you need to understand is that, right? You have the root time frames, right? Monthly, weekly, daily, and what? Monthly, weekly, daily, and H4. Those are the root time frame, right? And then on the other side, you also have now the the entry time frame, H4, H1, 15 minutes, 5 minutes, right? On the root time frame, the anticipation here, I'll even call it the anticipation time frame too. Those are also the anticipation time frame. So anticipation time frame like A. The anticipation element, so the anticipation elements are what? Elements, right? The anticipation elements are the setups 1, 2. Like the first setups, like it can be Tenkan, it can be Kijun, right? It can be even SSB. And that's for continuity. That's mostly for anticipation for continuity. And now anticipation for reversal, it is the V breaker after the setup 3, 4, 5 of Tenkan. So let us see it. So how does that help you to anticipate anything? So we are in a weekly time frame, right? This setup this setup Tenkan. Please wait. Let me open the door or the window. I'm feeling hot now. Let me take some air. So now you have the setup, right? Kijun. When you go now on TS2, what you will be doing is that, right? You will have the weekly setup, the daily, and H4. You find a setup on weekly. You do the time frame skipping by 2. You go for the entry on H4, right? To enter and earn in volume. You will be earning in volume TK cross. But what will help you anticipate the volume TK cross will be the setup on weekly. So when you go on H4, look for example on H4 on H4 now, right? What are the anticipation of you earning this volume? You see the volume TK cross start from here till everything up there, right? Let me even put the real, yeah, till somewhere here. This is the volume. How do you anticipate that you can end that? So let me rephrase back. You have like, let me show you all of the element of anticipation on the entry time frame. So you have the anticipate the root time frames, root time frame here, monthly, weekly, daily, H4, right? Anticipation are set up 1, 2 on anything like Tenkan, Kijun, SSB, right? Now, anticipation are also now for reversals, V breaker after the setup 3, 4, 5, right? On the other side, for the entry time frames, when you do the time frame skipping by 2 method, H4, H1, 15 minutes, right? So the entry time frame, the 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 anticipation of the earning of the volume, because now you want to earn the volume on the time frame where you enter. You want to earn the volume TK cost and earn the volume KSB. How do you anticipate that the volume will be created? Because you don't yet see. Because yeah, if when the price touches the weekly zone, do you even see the volume ticking in the future? You don't see it. So anticipation is about, like, it's about, you want something in the future, which is the 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 volume, right? But you don't see it yet, right? You don't see it yet, but you need to anticipate the existence of that volume. What are the elements? What are the elements like this? The cycle of anticipation. What are the elements that will make you see what you want to see, which is the volume, with 100% certainty? I mean 100% certainty, not like 99% certainty. 100% certainty, not like no if, there's no maybe, there's no perhaps. 1% certainty. So on the entry time frame, right? The cycle of anticipation. That's a good name, by the way. On the entry time frame, you end on H4. In this case, it's on H4. The empty space that touches the weekly setup, right? The inverted Tenkan, right? are the anticipation for this case. For this case, the empty space, like let us take this one, you could have just bought there and then you let the position go because you anticipate the creation of this empty space here is an anticipation entry. When you enter at this level, you have $0 growth in your account, $0 growth in terms of growth. But what will make your account grow will be this ticket cross because you will be holding the position with this ticket cross. So you anticipate your account growth, by the way, you anticipate your account growth in dollar, in volume. Yeah, in volume, because let us say that if you put $100 here, right, and you let your trade go, you have like a a, a 7 risk reward. It means that at this top here, your account will worth 700 more. So it's actually a volume of money, right? But on the screen, what you see is not the money, is a ticket cross. So you need to anticipate the growth of the existence of the ticket cross, right? So 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 that's one point where you can enter for anticipation. The other point where you can enter for anticipation of that, remember there were a weekly setup here. The other point where you can enter for anticipation, so I said here in the empty space is the entry number one, entry of anticipation of this ticket volume. The next part would have been a Tenkan inverted here, but we didn't have it. Let us do another one so that we can have something. Let us do this one. Let's do this one because it can be a little bit better to take an example there. Again. On weekly, on the root time frame, right? On the root time frame, right? The anticipation are only two anticipation. I'm showing you first for this first anticipation, this one. The anticipation are set up on the root time frame. We are on weekly. Weekly is a root time frame. So now we go on H4. We go on H4. What we're gonna see is what? What we're gonna see is 2 points of anticipation of the existence of this ticket cross. When the price touches the weekly time frame, you don't yet see the ticket cross. You don't yet see. I said yet. But you know the ticket cross will appear toward the upside. You know. You don't yet see something that you know the existence will appear. This is more than like church, like prophecies. You know, you don't yet see, but you know. You anticipate a money that you don't yet see, but you know. It's like with this spa salon. Right? You open the spa salon, you hire a nail technician, you buy some good product, you do some marketing, you pay some taxes, and you do some customer service that are very good. You don't yet see a woman come and do her nail there, but you know by having this, a location, a marketing, paying taxes, or having a good customer service, having good nail technician, you know the money will come to you. You don't yet see the money yet. While you are planning, while you are doing the business plan, the BP, the business plan, the market, the digital marketing strategy, or the marketing strategy, you don't yet see this in your bank account. In the bank, you don't yet see any money. But you know by doing this, girls will come. You can open a TikTok account. You can start yapping about your life, and then you place your shop as a you guys can go and buy there. You don't yet see the money, but your fan will come. Your TikTok fan will come. They have not yet come, but you know by having element of anticipation, those element of anticipation, it will come. So there is a one bullshit that gurus on YouTube are so deceived about it. And even some course creators, they say that we don't know, we don't know where the price will come. If we would have known, it means that we have become billionaires since. We know, nigga. We know that this ticket course will be created. We know. They all say, those bullshit course creators, they all say, we don't know, so just risk wisely, just risk small enough. We don't know. We know, nigga. We know. Why do we know that this ticket course will appear? Why do we know that this ticket course will appear? Why? We know that this ticket course will appear on H4. Why do we know? You can tell me, right? Let me tell you why we know. We don't know. We don't know. Y'all are so deceiving. We don't know. So we need to risk wisely. We need to use we don't know where the price will go. Maybe it will go up. The maybes, the ifs. If you do a business with ifs, with maybes, with perhaps, let's see what it does. It's not a let's see what it does. We know. Why do we know that this price will go up from this Kijun weekly? It's because it was the second Kijun touch. So I said 1, 2, 1, 2. There's a vibration of the line Kijun. We have a fresh ticket cross, a fresh KSB. We have a fresh KSB on weekly. We have the first Kijun touch that created this is up machine, upside movement. The second Kijun touch will also create this upside movement. It has been observed like that. It's like you have headaches, you take paracetamol, and you say, or Doliprane, and you say, I don't know if it will reduce my headaches. Or no, let me not even take those big examples. Let me take a simple example. I was feeling heat like this in my room. My room was closed. There is actually a temperature of 30 degrees out there. We are at 5 p.m. At 6 p.m. There is 30 degrees out there. So I'm feeling heat. I'm doing my video. So I'm here in my room, sweating. So I don't know where to have fresh air. There's my fridge. I can put my head in my fridge. So if I put my head in my fridge, so I don't know if my fridge will cool myself down. My fridge is cold. So we know. So I know where to find a fresh air. If I open my door, I go outside. I know. It's the same thing in trading. You know elements that are natural element, natural behavior of an element that you see that will make this price go to the upside. I know. We know, nigga. We know. Stop saying that we don't know. All of those course creators just deceive me. That's why people lose their account. Their account. They sell information. They don't sell any skill. What do you mean? Let me even leave them. Why did I even get mad at them inside my video? I thought myself that I will not yap about them. They're all bullshit. So because let me try to cool down myself. It's just because I also lost a lot of money listening their if maybe. They have no skills. They have absolutely no skills, no trading skill. It's not like they have no proper trading skill. They have no skills. They are only using risk management. There are even some people who take, at the same time, they take the upside position 1%, the downside 1%. They open 2 positions at once because they don't know. Those are the people who say, I don't know. So if the price goes toward the upside, I will be earning. Like I just go and earn a risk reward of 3. So it means that even if I lost the 1% down, I will be earning 2% toward the upside. The problem is that The problem with this bullshit mindset is that there are periods where the 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 market can move to the upside by 1%, then move to the downside by 1% again. It means that you lose 2%. And it doesn't even give you your risk reward of 3. It moves to the upside by 1% and then you move to the downside by 1%. You lose both positions. You end up with minus 2% because you don't know. I want to slap some. I want to fight with my old self. Let me not get mad at anybody. I want to fight with my old self. So you know that the price will go to the upside in this weekly setup, and there's 30 degrees out there. That is crazy. So because we are on the second Kijun touch, and weekly will make the price go. This second Kijun touch will make the price go to the upside. So this weekly Kijun make you anticipate a creation of a ticket cross on H4. So now you go on H4, and then what you will be doing is that right? Is that right? You need to remember that you have 2 points of anticipation. So before you see the existence of this ticket cross like this, you need to be already inside a position. You can enter here inside here in the empty space, or at the first Tenkan inverted, because Tenkan inverted himself here on H4. So that's the second entry of anticipation on Tenkan inverted, and that's the first entry of anticipation on the empty space. So you can literally take 2 positions, this one and this other one, because you know like a god, a trading god. You know. Stop believing to yourself. If you tell yourself that you don't know, I'm telling you that you know that this ticket course will exist. What is even wrong with people not having a proper trading skill? You know. And then when the ticket cross appear now, like this one, you will be leaving the position go. Even if you see Tenkan bending down, right, you let the position go to the upside, because the take profit on weekly, right? The take profit on weekly is on this line. It's far ahead. You just let the position go all over this one, the 2 position. That is what will make your account grow. That is what will make your account grow. You earn in volume. Let the volume grow. Let the volume grow. That is 30 as a risk reward. That is 30 also as a risk reward. Risk reward of 30 for each. 60 as risk reward. Your account has made 60. You let ticket cost grow, and you also let Kijun and SSB grow. You earn in volume. Your account grows in volume, not in dollar. You grow in volume, not in dollar. Your account grow in volume, not in dollar. The volume will create your dollar, right? How do you know that the volume will go up till the upside there? It's just because the take profit on weekly is this one, right? The take profit on weekly is this one. It's this line. Okay, now let us now look at. So I was trying to explain to you the anticipation on the root time frame, like weekly. They set up 1, 2 Tenkan or Kijun is the anticipation, right? That's the first thing that I've shown you. Now you go on the time frame where you will be earning the ticket cost volume, And then you can anticipate also there with Tenkan inverted and empty, and the empty and the Tenkan inverted entry. So those are the places where you enter. When I say the anticipation, those are the entries. Those are the entries before the volume. And anticipation is the entry before the volume ticket cost plus KSB appears. Anticipation is an entry before the volume ticket cost, or is the volume before the ticket cost appear, or the volume. And an anticipation is an entry point before the volume ticket cost appear, or the KSB volume appear. That's an anticipation. So that's the first that I've shown you. Let me show you also another one. Let me show you another one also. Let us take daily and 1 hour. Let us take daily Tenkan, because I've shown you Kijun on weekly, right? I've shown you Kijun on weekly. Let me show you Tenkan now. Now, on the root time frame, right? You take a setup during this Tenkan. You take this setup Tenkan number 2, right? You take this setup Tenkan number 2. What you will be doing on 1 hour, right? That setup Tenkan number 2 will make you anticipate the creation of the volume in 1 hour. You will be seeing the creation of the volume in 1 hour. So this setup Tenkan number 2, when you comes there, right? You enter, then you don't yet see this ticket cross volume, for example. You don't yet see this. You don't yet see the KSB. You don't yet see almost nothing. What you will now be doing is that, right? On the time frame of the entry, like you were on daily, right? You know there is weekly H4. Now there is time frame of entry like H4, H1, 15 minutes. So on daily, you took Tenkan, like the root time frame for anticipation. Now on 1 hour, when you do the time frame skipping by 2 method, what you will be doing to anticipate the creation of that volume is that, right? You can enter on Tenkan inverted on the empty space that touches the setup daily Tenkan. On the SSA, SSB. On the SSA, SSB. Okay, anyway. Let me do it. That was the daily setup. That was the daily setup. Okay. So the first entry point is here inside the empty space. The second entry point is somewhere this Tenkan. Bon, so I prefer some, like, let us say this candle. It didn't touch Tenkan yet, but it's okay. So that is to anticipate the creation of this volume. So you need to enter before the volume appear, because it's the volume that will make you grow your account. So you enter at this first position, you entered also the second position. So let me put it a little bit this way, right? So that's the way you anticipate the creation of the volume ticket cross. But when the volume ticket cross is already created, then you see the KSB. You see this whole KSB, right? Anyway, it just got broken here, but was a whole KSB all over, like basically all over, right? So what you could have done is that, right? Um, Let me take this example here. Another element of anticipation are SSA and SSB to anticipate the volume KSB. For example, there is also the volume SS. I forgot the volume SS, the volume of the cloud. Okay. You can also anticipate the volume of the cloud. Look for example, when the cloud was at this level, the candle were so before that cloud get created, right? Let me take the cloud here. When the cloud was this at this level, right? The candle were this candle. So during this period where the cloud was red, we haven't yet seen a green candle, right? A green cloud. You don't yet see this green cloud on 1 hour. So, but you can anticipate it by entering on SSB 1 hour. To anticipate the cloud SS, you enter on SSB. Then you will be earning in the volume of the cloud. So it means that you enter here on SSB and then you earn the whole volume of the cloud till everything up there, right? That's how you anticipate. Now let me show you the reversal, the anticipation for the reversal. That was the anticipation for the continuity. Let me show you the reversal after a setup 345 of Tenkan, a V breaker. Let's go on daily. Look for example, Tenkan got touched one time here, then second time here, then third time here. After the third time, right, you need to place a line on the V breaker here. So this price that is above Tenkan after the setup Tenkan number 3 will be a sell. After the V breaker, it will be a sell. So this V breaker, right, this place is an anticipation of a volume in 1 hour. So you are on daily, you anticipate the creation of a downtrend volume of ticket cost in 1 hour by looking at the V breaker on daily. So I know that in daily, the maximum take profit will be here on Tenkan. So what you will be doing is that you go on 1 hour. You go on 1 hour. That was the place here. So I said that the V breaker was inside this. After the V breaker is inside this rectangle. So when Tenkan start inverting himself, right, you can even start entering from this place because from this candle, because as soon as Tenkan inverts himself here, you are on this candle. You can start entering at that candle, exactly at that candle, to anticipate which volume the ticket cross before the cloud, this one. And then this entry will also make you anticipate the KSB, because you know that the V breaker, it's not like you don't see something, but you already know that it will happen that way. That is why predictive analysts, like I tried, like I'm explaining, I'm giving you instruction to be a predictive analyst of hyper elite, HE, hyper elite predictive analyst who trade what he says that he has predicted. He trade it with his money. Not just you just don't predict with your word of mouth. You also enter and you trade it with your personal money. If not, you are not an hyper elite trader. Hyper elite trader, right? Who do predictive analysis and analysis, they know that the V breaker on daily is an anticipation of a ticket cross volume that will be created in 1 hour, right? And a KSB volume 2. So you have two entry. You can start entering from this empty space here, for example, anticipating the volume, right? And then also, what can be done is that let me now show you another example to show you the white space between Kijun and SSA. I need to show you it. I don't remember exactly where I need to remember exactly where I saw it. Okay, I think I saw, yeah, I saw it here. Is it clear enough? Okay, let me talk to you about this one. You see the volume TK, the TK volume, TK crosser has been created here, right? But the anticipation has been done when the candle were between SSA and between Kijun during a small correction. The anticipation is here and the volume is the one down here. So this one appear. Why does it appear? So you have root time frame, right? Monthly, weekly, daily, H4. You have on the other side entry time frame, H4, H1, 15 minutes, 5 minutes, right? The anticipation for continuity on root time frame are setups 1, 2 of any line Tenkan, Kijun, SSB, right? And for the reversal, anticipation is the V breaker. After each V breaker of the setup 3, 4, 5 of Tenkan, for example, the V breaker. So the anticipation for reversal and the anticipation for continuity. Now the anticipation of the creation of the volume now inside the time frame where the volume will be created, there is anticipation of creation of these two volume, right? You have the empty space, the Tenkan inverted. You also have SSB, SSA, right? But you also have the white space between Kijun and SSA, that white space. So it's as you see, it is as you see there. You see that the volume has been created to the downside like this. This is a small volume. But to anticipate the creation of this volume, here is where the entry has been made. So you can also anticipate that. Because most of the time, right, during a correction, it is SSA will be touched, then the volume ticket cross will be created. That's why I said SSA is also an anticipation of a volume. So SSA is touched like this, and then the volume is created. What does it mean? What does it mean? It means that if you have a SSA cloud going up like this, and then you have SSB this way, this cloud is not a cloud, it's an anticipation element. Is the part of the chart that anticipate the growth of your account. If you want your account to be growing, to grow, to be growing, to grow. If you want your account to grow, right? If you want your account to grow with TK cross, when the price come and touch it, you need the price to come and touch this cloud, because this cloud represents the anticipation of your growth. The cloud represents the anticipation of the growth of the volume. This cloud that you see is an anticipation. So when the price touches it, you have $0. But when ticket cost start crossing, your account now start to grow in terms of dollars. That's what happened here. When the price touch here, and then you enter at this level, you have actually $0 at your entry. At your entry, you don't earn nothing. Your account is not growing. You risk $100, but if your trade stays inside the SSA cloud, inside SSA, you earn nothing. Your account doesn't grow. But see, when ticket cost start crossing like this, like the way you see there, you start making 4 times your money. You start making $400, $400, and that is and that $400 has not been is not the $400 that created the ticket cross. It is the SSA that created this ticket cross, that anticipated the creation of the ticket cross to the downside. So you understand, right? You understand. So SSB can also create the anticipation of the volume. SSB, look for example at this one. Look for example this SSB. You see SSB here on H1. What did SSB created? This volume. But when the price were on SSB like this, did you know that the volume will be created? Did you know? I asked you. Try to reply. Did you know? Or you didn't know? You knew. You know it. You know that the volume will be created from this SSB. Why do you know? Why do you know? You always know. It is because when you go on, you do time frame skipping by 2, going upward, the price is inside a Tenkan daily. A Tenkan daily where Tenkan is bended to the downside, and it's the first Tenkan daily. It's the first Tenkan touch. What are the anticipation the root on inside the root time frame? The setup 1, 2 Tenkan. That will create the TK volume on H1, the ticket cost volume on H1. You know, oh my God, you know. If you say you don't know, because you have not yet learned enough this theory, but you will learn. You will learn. We know what happened in trading, believe it or not. We know exactly. I mean, people who use the fortune uh, Viche theory know exactly what happened. They know the future before they see the future. They know, you know it. The price on SSB, you know that SSB will create this ticket cross volume. Let's continue so that I help you rewire your mind. You know, I just wanted to show you that SSB create ticket cross volume. It means that when you see a cloud like this cloud is an anticipation. Like this cloud is an anticipation zone, anticipation of the creation of the volume ticket cross. Because in life, you earn money from anticipation, not from not by wanting the dollars, but by wanting the anticipation. You have a spa, you need to want great technician, great marketing, great customer service, pay small taxes, great location also. That all of this combined, right, will make will lead the client to you often and often. You will have repeated customers that will create money. But if you don't want to have them, or you have them and it is broken, you don't know how to use them, or you use it badly, it will not anticipate the creation of the dollar. So you need to have great ones. That's why I created theory like this, that I show you exactly where the point of anticipation is. It is not random. I wrote it here. Those are the point of anticipation. You know what you anticipate. So you know. I use the time frame skipping by two method, right? You can know, did I even write it? Anticipation TS2. I think I need to write it also in French. You know, stop fooling yourself and wasting your own time saying that you don't know. You know, that's good. Next, let's now look at volume of continuity, volume of reversal. So now, the when we look at the continuity volume is the snakes and the setup 1, 2 on the time frame daily H4 or H1. What I'm saying here is that you need to buy the bounce the first bounce, the second bounce during a snake ticket cross, and don't put any break even. Don't put any break even until price. If the price hasn't V break yet. While ticket cost is available, while ticket snake is available, buy Tenkan one and Kijun one, the first Kijun, the first Tenkan. Even if Kijun is at the same level at like Tenkan. What do I mean by that? Let's go, for example, Let's look for a TK snake. Let's look at this TK snake. That's also a volume, right? Look, for example, on this on H4, you had here a TK snake, right? What is a TK snake? A TK snake is where Tenkan is inclined to the upside and Kijun is also inclined to the upside. They are both inclined toward the same direction. And when the candle come and touch Tenkan and Kijun at the same time like this, is the best time for you to enter. And then when you enter here, don't go on break even. When you enter at this point, don't go on break even. Don't break even this position because you don't need to break even up until you break this up until you break this V breaker on this line. So when if the president yet cross this V breaker, don't go on break even because a ticket snake is a very powerful continuation move to the upside like this. It is a very powerful continuation move to the upside. And there is also if it is not a ticket snake, sometimes the price, sometimes like this one, right? Sometimes you see ticket snake start at the beginning of the ticket cross, but it's just all over above here that you see the first Tenkan touch, right? If 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 for example the how do I call it? The price didn't touch the ticket snake at the beginning of the ticket cross or didn't create it. Enter instead at the first Tenkan touch, right? Like this. And then what you will be doing is that you will not break even this one up until the price break the V breaker here. And you are not even forced to break even this one because it is the first touch. Why are you breaking even? This touch will make the price go to the upside. Far ahead. Far ahead. So that's a very continuity volume. A snake is a very continuity volume. Now, um, the reversal volume is when ticket is fat and or you have the setup 4-5 on Tenkan. For example, this one, you have first setup 1, setup 2, setup 3, right? Setup 4, and then setup 5, right? On the setup 5, Tenkan is already, ticket cross is already very fat. So what do I say here to do? I say here to sell all V breaker on H4 daily or weekly, reversal entry after the V breaker from the Tenkan 345 setup. The take profit will be the Tenkan H4 or daily, or the SSB or the Kijun on H1. So that's what I'm saying here, right? Normally, after the setup 4, right? When the setup 4 V break, create this V breaker. Above here, all everything that's above here, you need to sell like this. And then the first take profit will still be Tenkan H4, right? Or Kijun H4, like this one. Yeah, here below. Let me try to take another example. Here is the first Tenkan setup, second Tenkan setup, third, 1, 2, 3, right? And then here is the fourth Tenkan setup. And this one is even 5, right? So after V breakers like this, after the V breaker of the four setup created this V breaker. The four setup Tenkan created this V breaker. So after the V breaker, normally you sell this from the V breaker space inside here till Tenkan H4. If Tenkan H4 stays bended to the upside, you just buy the 5 setup and then you wait. And now you will be, if you buy that setup like this, right? You exit at the V breaker and then you will be selling the price above the V breaker. And you know that the 6 setup of Tenkan, this one will not be a setup that will make the price go to the upside too much. It will go to till Kijun, right? That's how you take reversals. So can I even have the ability also? So on this setup, right, you can go on this V breaker, you can go on, you can go on 15 minutes. Let me try to see if my connection. Okay, well, I said that you go on 15 minutes. To take profit on Kijun anyway. So after the V breaker of the fourth setup here, right? You had an entry at this level on 15 minutes. The take profit on 15 minutes would have been SSB 15 minutes, like this one. After the fourth setup here, the take profit will be SSB 15 minutes. That's what I'm saying here. That's what I'm saying at this level. SSB 15 minutes, right? That's it. And then, but for the after the 50 setup on the V breaker, the take profit is like far below on Kijun H4. That is literally how you take profit. That is literally how you take profit. So now you have 3 types of volume. For the volume theory, you have three different type of volume. Let us talk about this volume, each one of them. Each one of them are very different from each other, and there is a way to anticipate and trade it. Let us talk about it. So let's talk about the ticket cross. Before the cloud, during the reversal, how to anticipate the ticket cross volume. Volume pre-entry before the ticket cross. You enter on the empty setup on the inverted Tenkan. Okay. So to anticipate the ticket cross volume, let us say that you are in 1 hour, because 1 hour is an entry time frame. let me take this downtrend here. This one entry to anticipate this ticket cross. This is what you anticipate. The anticipation is here above. The volume ticket cross is the one going down. You anticipate that creation. You enter then in Tenkan inverted. And you enter also at the empty space. That's how you anticipate it. Those two entries anticipate this ticket cross. And then now, when the volume has been created, now you can enter on Tenkan before the cloud and on inverted Kijun or inverted Kijun and inverted SSA. In this case, right, there is, you need to know that there is anticipation, and there's anticipation and early entries. For anticipation, there is the empty space and the Tenkan inverted. Now, the early entry is the first Tenkan after the TK cross before the cloud, the Kijun inverted, or the Kijun inverted inside the cloud, or the SSA inverted inside the cloud for early entries. So let us look at it in 1 hour. So I said that there are two events. There is the event where you anticipate the entry in the empty space. You anticipate the entry here. You anticipate the volume, you anticipate the volume, this volume on these two entries, right? Now, where the volume has started to become have appeared, now there is the entry at the early stage of the volume. For example, this Tenkan that touched the SSB inverted is the early entry for this volume. Okay, let's look at another example. Let's look at this example of TK cost going up. You want to anticipate the existence of TK cross, right? You need to anticipate, you enter in the empty space or in Tenkan inverted. Tenkan inverted did not happen here. So this is the anticipation. Now, the early entry now, when the volume has been created now, the Tenkan during the TK cross before the cloud, this entry at Tenkan here is the early entry for the volume. Okay. Even this Kijun embedded inside the cloud is also an early entry for this volume, because this volume is going all up till here. This is the whole volume KSB, for example, the whole volume KSB. So this one is an early entry for you to buy this whole uptrend. Let's use another example. Okay, you want to anticipate the creation of this TK cross and this KSB, right? To anticipate the creation of this TK cross and this KSB, you enter in the empty space or in Tenkan inverted there. These are the elements of anticipation. Now, when the volume has been created, the earliest entries, like the earliest entry, EE, right, are Kijun inverted before the cloud, Tenkan inverted, Kijun inverted before the cloud, like this one. This one is an early entry for this volume. So you don't just anticipate only, you also have an early entry. That's why what I'm trying to portray you. You just don't only, you don't just anticipate. You don't only okay, what do I even want to say? After anticipation, you also want to enter early at the early stage of the volume. That's a little bit what I'm trying to say. I don't know if I said it well. When I say I said it well, I say it the way you can understand. For example, we had a whole KSB volume here. That is not yet even finished. The volume is still going on. And we had also a whole ticket cost like this that is still going on, right? The ticket cost did not cost back down. How do you anticipate? First, before the ticket cost appear, you have on the left the anticipation entries inside the MT and during the Tenkan inverted. Now, when the ticket volume appear now, how do you enter early? Like how do you enter early? You enter early on Kijun inverted. This is where you enter early so that you can eat the whole volume, so that you can be growing your account with the whole volume. Okay, because you earn in volume. You earn in volume. This volume is long from this point to all up until this point. It's like a client says that he will come and give you $10,000. $10,000, which is roughly 6 million francs CFA, which is around 6 million francs, right? Okay, since you are too afraid to take $10,000, right? And you don't want to take the whole money, right? So you don't want to enter early like this. What since you are an afraid person, you prefer to go and take the entry year above. So you only take $1,000. Let us say $1,500. So you only take 1 million. Meanwhile, you only take 1 million francs CFA. Meanwhile, you could have taken and earned 6 million francs CFA. So fearful trader who are not hyper elite trader, fearful traders who are not hyper elite trader, what they do is that, right? They wait the price to go up like this one. The price is going up. It's at the end here, at the end, that they just take small amount of money because they are too afraid to have more money to grow their account bigger and fatter. You should not be one of those traders. Now, for this ticket cross, right, the take profit now will be on high time frame setup or the next Kijun course or the next ticket course. Like the take profit for this uptrend, yeah, right, will be when Tenkan and Kijun will cross back, right? Or when Kijun and SSB will cross back here. That will be the take profit, but you are not yet at the take profit. And the V breaker on high time frame on daily, for example, will be a take profit. Like we are close to the take profit on daily. At this point, will be your take profit. Okay. Now, that is before the cloud, during the reversal, before the cloud. What I just showed you, it was before the cloud. Like Like this is the cloud. So before the cloud here, in this zone. So before we cross the cloud, that's where you enter. Now, for a push trend, let us look now for a push trend. During the push trend, so before the push trend or during the push trend, before the push trend. Let us take this push trend for example. You want to anticipate the creation of this new ticket cross. Why do you anticipate? You trace, you draw a line like this. Entry on anticipation of the volume before the ticket cross push in the gap between Kijun and SSR on SSA or SSB. On this case, the anticipation will be SSB entry. So when you enter here, you don't yet see the ticket cross, but you know that when you enter on this SSB, the ticket cross will happen, right? But you don't yet see it, so you anticipate on SSB. Even this ticket cross, here, you enter on this SSB to anticipate this ticket cross, right? And now you enter after the ticket push on the first Tenkana on the first Kijun or first Kijun. Like for example, when the ticket cross volume starts showing up, you also enter at the beginning of the volume. So you enter on anticipation and you enter also early. You got the point? So let's take another volume. Let's look at another anticipation. Let's take this one. This is a ticket push, right? To the upside. So this ticket cost, right? We want to anticipate it. What I say in the document is that the entry for anticipation is also the gap between Kijun and SSA. But here is Kijun, right? Here is SSA. There is a space, a wide space between the two. This wide space, right, is a space of anticipation. Like before ticket cost happen, the ticket cost push happen on the right, you need to enter here on anticipation. You need to enter like this. Okay. Let us look at another anticipation entry. Here is another ticket push, right? Ticket cross push. You need to enter here on SSA because here SSB hasn't been touched. You need to enter here on SSA at this level. Right? This way. To anticipate the creation of this ticket cross. Everything that I'm showing you now is only on the entry time frame. On entry time frame, I'm not looking at the root time frame to prove you that this price will go up. Do I need to prove you that on weekly if you go on weekly here, on weekly at this level? Because you may see that how do we know that SSA will bring the price to the upside? You know now, or you don't know? Don't you see that we have a red? This is the price were going up, then going down, then go up. the price came back and almost touched this red candle, right? This is the red pullback or red bounce. It's during the red bounce that this one has been created. So that's why you know that the price will go up. That's why you know that the ticket cost volume on H4 will be created. It's not like you don't know. You know, like you know. Okay. You cannot tell me that you don't know, you know. Now, I I think even this one, even this last ticket cross, yeah, this volume, you enter on anticipation on this space between Kijun and SSR and SSA without the price touching SSA. It's an anticipation entry so that you can earn in volume, not in dollar. And obviously, the take profit is always a high time frame, like a Kijun, a weekly take profit, or when Tenkan bend down on the entry time frame. So let's move forward on KSB. KSB. Now, to anticipate the entries of a KSB, let me talk about KSB. Let us take the same example. Let's try to go on Bitcoin, for example. Let's go on Bitcoin. Let's go on Bitcoin. Let us take the sell, right? No, I want something clean. Okay, let me talk about KSB. Here is the whole KSB that rise to the upside. But you can anticipate it. How do you anticipate it? First of all, you anticipate it with the same element like ticket cost, like the empty space and the Tenkan inverted, right? But you also have SSA inverted for anticipation. I made a mistake here. SSA inverted. Okay, for anticipation of the KSB, you have Kijun inverted, the MT, the Tenkan inverted, the Kijun inverted, and the SSA inverted, right? Then you can anticipate the creation of the volume. Now, when KSB appear, the beginning of the early entries. Now, the early entry for KSB is what? On the left, it was the anticipation. Now, on the right, when KSB appear here, right? You have the early entries. The early entries is on SSB. Yeah. Sometimes the candle can come and touch SSA too, or SSB, right? You see. Let me try to take another example too. Okay, let us look at this example. The KSB started here till down here, right? The early entry for this SS for this KSB was this SSA, right? This SSA2, the early entries, okay, during this volume. And obviously, the take profit is the next cross of KSB, for example. The take profit can be the next cross of KSB, like this at this level. Or you can simply go on higher time frame on weekly and exit on any setup weekly and go out, right? And get out. So the most important thing is the entry for anticipation. Here is early entry, anticipation, entry. Now, let us talk about the cloud, right? I said here in range. I don't know why I said here in range. 1, 2, 3, ticket cross. So when I'm saying here that when the price reach 1, 2, ticket cross, we can create multiple pink and green alien eyes, and that is what we need to trade. We need to trade alien eyes. Okay, we need to trade alien eyes. The price is in a it is on when the price is on SSA or SSB, okay, and the cloud has created a pink alien eyes and remains in position until take profit, enter and remain and stay in position until take profit when the cloud is a green alien eyes again. Let me explain to you whatever I'm saying here. Okay, let me take this example. How to now the volume that you want to anticipate in this case is which volume? You want to anticipate this green volume of the cloud, this green volume. That's what you want to anticipate. To anticipate that, right, you take a line like this, you anticipate it before you see it. So what you will be seeing on the chart will be something like this. You will not be seeing any green cloud. You will be seeing candle touching SSB. When candle touch SSB, right? SSB is an anticipation of the trading of the volume of the green cloud. And when candle touches SSB, the cloud is at this level, right? The cloud is still red, creating, the cloud is still red, creating a red eye alien eye. You remember about this. I said that those eyes are like this red and green, right? So this is a red alien eye. But this one this type of cloud, right, will fool a lot of people. A lot of traders who doesn't know the Ishimoku vegetal theories of volume will start selling this SSA. They will start anticipating, no, I will be selling because the cloud is red. Let me sell a red cloud. Like when the candle will touch here, let me start selling. Brother, you know that this price is going to the upside. You know. If I put a line on daily here, you go on weekly. You know it. It's not like you don't know. You know very well, brother. You know that very well that this cloud is going to the upside. Why do you know that? It's because look, during this red candle, right? What did we have? We had so on H4, the price touched on weekly, the price touched Tenkan weekly, and it was at the same time and also an SSB inverted here, and it was at the same time a red pullback. A lot of things was signaling an uptrend direction, anticipating an uptrend direction. So you know that this setup weekly Tenkan will put up the price to the upside. You know, and you know that the cloud in H4 will be green after the SSB touched. So at this place is a clear, clean buy. It's a clear, clean buy. It's not a sell, it's a clear, clean buy. Buy with anticipation. You buy with anticipation. There are some buys where if you buy without anticipation, I need to also write it somewhere. Buy with anticipation. Buy with anticipation. Don't just buy. Not with you need to buy with anticipation. I wanted to make a sentence where you buy with anticipation, not with desire to earn. Like not with desire to earn, not with desire to win. Buy with anticipation, not with the desire to win. I think this sentence is actually the sentence that donc achète avec anticipation et non avec le désir de gagner. Achète avec anticipation et non avec le désir de gagner. So let me write it somewhere. The reason why I'm making this statement is that buy with anticipation and not with the desire to win is because anticipation is already there. Anticipation incorporates by its design growth of your account, growth of volume. By its design, it is more like it is more um, Anticipation is more growth oriented. It's more money multiplication oriented than just winning a trade. Because if you want to win a trade, just buy on SSB here and then you exit somewhere close here, right? Then you will be looking like a trader, like a person whom you will be this type of person whom they only have the ability to they only have the ability to you will be this type of person who only have the ability to maximum looking in front of his nose. Like the short-term vision is what I can just look in front of my nose. If you show me a granite, I just want to eat this granite. Like I just want a granite. I just want to eat granite. They have no ability to to see. Not long term. It's not long term. It is like this one is not long term. It is it's long growth. Is long growth. It's not long term. It's long growth. You must see the farm, not the granite. So you must see the granite farm, not the granite itself. You must see the granite farm, not the granite itself. The granite farm, not the granite itself. That's why you use anticipation. You adopt behavior that will create a granite farm. You don't just want to win granite, winning granite. That's why you don't want to be a trader who only sees what is in front of his eyes. You need to see what you don't. You need to anticipate what you don't see, because a granite farm is something that is not available to your eyes, your physical eyes now, right? You don't yet see this. What you see is the one granite that you have in your hand. You can easily see and spot that one granite that you have in your hand, right? But don't focus on this one. Focus on anticipation of the creation of farms. So you need to think in long growth, not in long term. Long growth, not in long term. What I call long growth is that, right? Your account will grow as long as this cloud. This cloud grow by 700 pips. But if you want the granite grew by 100 pips. So between having 100 thousand and 700,000 in terms of money, which one is best in terms of monthly salary? Monthly salary. I mean in France CFA. In monthly salary in France CFA. Which one is best? This one is struggling. 100,000 francs CFA is struggle. This one is very good. So think in long growth. That's why people go and do having masters, PhD, being doctors, or they are looking for a high-ranking position in companies, right? High-ranking position in companies, because they think They see that they can earn easily 100,000 francs per month, but they prefer to think in long growth, right? Long growth of their salary, because to increase a 100,000 per month with the normal salary ladder increase, like every 3 years your salary must increase like by 25,000. Man, you will be earning, you will be working like 20 years only to end up with a salary of 300,000. So you better start at a big fat salary like this, at a big fat salary, so that when they increase this one, they increase every 3 years by 100,000 even, so that after 20 years you end up with a 1.5 million salary per month. So you need to think in long growth. Don't be a scare bird in trading. So that's why I say you are an hyper elite trader if you are arrive at this theory. Hyper elite trader who think in long growth. Uh, don't think in result. Don't think in anticipation. Don't think in result. Think in anticipation of growth. So let me put this statement in the French document. Uh, so so that's how you trade. That that's how you can earn. You can anticipate this volume. The SS. If you want to anticipate this volume, right, you just need to be to enter at this level so that you enter at the SSB to anticipate the creation of the, because when you enter at SSB, the cloud is just here. You stay in position up until the cloud become green, and then you stay in position, letting the cloud keep growing with your account. So now that's how you do it. Now let's look at the next element. At cancellation of zone with lines. Let's talk about now zone cancellation. So the question is that, right? You know, the biggest problem, the most important problem on all strategies, I mean all, even the strategy, the strategy that I have, that is KSB, is that how do you know that when the price is going to the upside and there is a zone here like this, how do you know that this zone will have 0% probability to go down and 100% probability to go up? What validates and unvalidate it? Like when the price is inside the zone, what will break the zone to the downside and the price go to the downside? It means that what unvalidate this zone as a zone that will support the price to go up. And now what is validating that? We need validator and invalidator. Validators and invalidators, right? So that's the most important question, because the most important problem in trading is speed on structure. The problem of all strategy is speed on structure. That's why zones, when you enter some zones, you hit your stop loss sometimes. But how to validate that the zone is going to play out or not? To do that, you need to use the volume to validate. It is the volume ticket cost in 15 minutes that can cancel a Kijun inverted H4 zone. So let us go on H4. Let's look at an inverted Kijun. Let us look at this one. No, not this one. Let's take this H4. Let's take this H4. How do you know that this Kijun inverted before the cloud is going to fail like this, to go down? Like the zone here will not make the price go up. How do you know that? It's because if you do the TS2, the Tenkan skipping by two method, you will see inside that zone. What do you see? you see that ticket cost is the volume ticket cost is toward the break of the zone. It means that the zone is like this on H4, and then in 15 minutes you have the ticket cost bending to the downside this way. So normally you expected the zone to be 0% chance for the price to go down and 100% chances for the price to go up. But what happened here is that the ticket cost in 15 minutes doesn't validate this is your number. The ticket cost in 15 minutes instead is saying you that 100% chance for the price to go down and 0% chance for the price to go up. So sell the break of this zone to the downside. That's how you validate or unvalidate. Let me take another one that is validated now. Let me take this one. This this Kijun inverted, this other Kijun inverted. That is a zone 2. We go on 15 minutes. What are you gonna see there? What do you see when we touch the zone, right? Tenkan bend down to the downside and ticket cross goes to the downside this way. So it validates. The zone was supposed to be 0% chance to go to the buy and 100% chance to go to a sell. So ticket cross in 15 minutes validate the downtrend. So the volume is one element that you use to validate the speed on structure, the speed on a zone. If the speed reduces like this, then it's a valid zone. Let us take another example if you want. Let us take this example, this H4 SSB setup. How do we know that the price will break that SSB? When the price arrive there on H4, go on 15 minutes, what you're gonna see is something very clear. You see, SSB in 4 hours has been touched at this level. What do you see Tenkan and Kijun do? The volume is clearly to the downside, creating snakes, proving that I'm breaking the line of SSB 4 hour. I'm breaking that, and this zone will not hold, and then I go to the downside. The volume breaks zones using the time frame skipping by 2 method. Now, cancellation of the zone using the line. This one is a very useful one. This one is a very useful one. Let us take the daily. Let us take the daily time frame. Let's go on Bitcoin first. On daily time frame, look, what will happen is that, right? What happened is that, right, on daily time frame, we have this SSB zone, right? That has been broken to the downside. What I made on this daily time frame is that I was predicting the movement of the Bitcoin. The price was there when I started the prediction. My prediction worked 50% because I predicted that the price would go down, right? This one is 50% success. the price went down. And then from SSB, the price will go to the upside. But this one, 50% of the prediction failed. And then ask myself, why? Normally, SSB is the type of line that make the price go to the upside, right? Normally, why is it failing now? Why is it failing now? And then I said, let me understand it. What I realized is that, right, inside this SSB zone, there is something that you will see about the the Tenkan, the about the lines. Like you need to see a zone on daily, right? This is the SSB daily. And then you need to drop down on H1. What you will be seeing on H1 is that, right? You need to take the Kijun line. You see, on H1, when the price touches SSB here, the Kijun line is bended to the downside first. The Kijun line is bended to the downside first, like this. Then the Kijun line start bending to the upside. You know why the Kijun line start bending to the upside? It is because SSB is supposed to make the price go toward the upside, right? Okay. But then you realize that in H1, even though we have KSB here, this KSB doesn't go with the price to the upside, and Kijun bend down back to the downside and break SSB daily. It's like, it's as if we have something like this. Like, um, you know, we have daily, we have H4, and we have H1. We look at a zone, a setup SSB on daily, and then we do the time frame skipping by 2 method to go and see if the SSB will be validated or invalidated, right? Invalidated or validated by using the Kijun line. So on daily, you have SSB line going this way to the upside, right? And when the price hit SSB, you will see on H1 Kijun going down, and then Kijun start go up, and then Kijun go down again, go to the downside again, and break SSB. When Kijun break SSB on H1, because that's H1 Kijun, it is the H1 Kijun line that breaks the daily SSB. Daily SSB is supposed to be a zone like this that hold the price to for the price to go to the upside. But H1 Kijun validates that hold, right? So that means that inside this rectangle, what you will be doing is that, right? The way you will be doing, what you will be doing to know that this price will keep going down. To know that this price will keep going down, is that right? When Tenkan arrives, when Kijun, sorry, arrive inside the when Kijun enter inside the when Kijun H1 enter inside the SSB zone of daily, each time Kijun goes to the upside like this, you buy. When Kijun goes to the upside for his first time, you buy it. Just buy it. Don't be afraid of buying. There's no problem about buying. You let Kijun go to the upside. But when Kijun start bending down to the downside, you sell. So you will be using Kijun for buy and sell, because the fact that Kijun goes to the downside like this, is a proof that Kijun want to break the daily SSB. But the fact that Kijun goes to the upside like this, it means that Kijun want to validate the movement of the SSB zone to the upside. But we are still close to the SSB daily. This zone is still SSB daily. We are still inside the zone. You cannot validate a zone like you cannot validate a zone like the price is moving like this, and then this is the zone. If the price go down and the price stay inside the zone like this, it's not yet valid, right? The zone is not yet valid. The zone start being valid when the price has at least reached the 50% movement of the down side that it did, or the zone start being invalid when the price fell down below a certain low, right? But if the price stay inside the zone this way, it's not, you cannot say that it is valid, the uptrend is valid or the downtrend is valid, the break is valid or the respect is valid. You cannot validate it yet. That's why during this time of maybe uncertainty, what you will be doing is observing the Kijun line. Not, I didn't say Tenkan, only the Kijun line. When the Kijun line goes to the upside, buy. When the Kijun line goes to the downside, sell. Just to make sure that you don't miss anything. And it will not make you lose the trade. It's not gamble. It's like you are actually following the movement of what SSB zone is giving to you, giving you. When SSB gives you that, okay, we are going to a buy. We are going to a sell. Just follow the movement. By following the movement and respecting the fact that you hold a position, if Kijun stays to the uptrend, keep holding the position. Just keep holding the position. Even when you see KSB like this, don't start telling yourself that this is an uptrend for sure. It's not because you saw KSB in H1 that it proves that the price will go and reach the 50%. No, it doesn't prove that. So you need to tell yourself that KSB existing doesn't prove that the uptrend movement is valid. The only valid uptrend movement would be Kijun, like the price reaching a certain high far above here, like above this level. I mean, when I say even far above, it means that the price on daily must start breaking must break a level. The price on daily must break minimum this high. The price on daily must break minimum this high for the uptrend to be valid, for the zone to be a true zone. Like the price must go up on daily until it breaks this high, because it is this high that created this low. So it must break it. The price must break it to the upside. Then you can start saying that, okay, the upgrade, the SSB zone on daily has worked. But if the price doesn't break that, and the price stays, like for example, the price stays between this week and this week, right? If the price stays inside this black rectangle, nothing is valid yet. It's up until we break rather this low, right? Or we go and break this high that you can say that it is a valid, it has been an uptrend zone, and there here you can say that it has been a downtrend zone. But if we don't say that it is, the validation is not yet clear. But you should not wait. You should not. My idea is that you should not be waiting. You should not be waiting this bottom to be broken before you sell. No, sell when we are inside the zone. Sell like this. You said the first Kijun bending, the first inclination of Kijun, the first Kijun bendings. Sell the first Kijun bendings. That's what you need to sell. And buy the first Kijun bendings. That's what you need to buy. Don't wait only when don't wait only when the price has broken some highs. I hate, like, you know what? I hate the word waiting. I'm not somebody who like to wait. Wait has no meaning. What do you even mean by waiting a level to be broken? Waiting, you are waiting for me is the synonym of unskillful, unskillful, unskillful. You need to have the ability to read all context. The, the ability to read all context make you skillful. That's the hyper elite. What I'm giving you here is hyper elite reading of context. How to prepare to trade in those contexts. So let us look at another case. Let us look at another case that let us take this one. This other SSB that you may have think that the SSB will be holding the price and make the price go down, right? But what happened here? Let's go on H1. That was SSB daily. Let's go on H1. You will see that it's the same principle to know if SSB will hold the price or not as a zone. You see when the candle touch SSB on daily, you see what happened. You see, right? When the candle touch the price on daily, we are at this level. Kijun bend down to the downside, no problem. But Kijun start going up at this level, then go down again, then finally go up from this point, right? What you should have done is that you buy here. You could have make any stop loss, I don't know. But you go on break even if you want a little bit quicker. Then could you go down at this level? You sell. You sell this. You can go on break even quicker if you want. You sell, right? Then when Kijun go to the upside again here, then you come and buy this Tenkan, this TK cross. Because Kijun went up to the upside here. Kijun went to the upside. You see that Kijun bended to the upside here, right? You just buy again. So that's how you validate it. That's how you validate it. If you want to validate a zone, if the zone will hold or not. So that's what I was saying there here, that in daily, the price has gone down and touched SSB daily. The SSB daily zone will be broken to the downside if in H1 Kijun stays inclined to the downside, and then I put there TS2. That's what I was saying here. That's how you use cancellation of zones. Very important for volumes. Now, let's look at anticipation again. Let's look at anticipation again. Do you want to trade volume, anticipate entries in, if you, the most important question is like, do you want to trade volume? Then you need to anticipate entries in H1, M15, M5. So if you want to trade the TK cross volume before the cloud, you need to anticipate using the entry Tenkan inverted. Tenkan inverted. That's what I put it in black. But early entries will be Kijun inverted or the first Tenkan. So it's simple what I'm saying. If you want to trade this TK cross volume, this one for example, if you want to anticipate the entry here, so just enter on Tenkan inverted here. If you enter on Tenkan inverted here, right, you place your stop loss here below. You will be anticipating the creation of this TK cross volume till here, right? Now, for the volume TK cross in the cloud and KSB, like this type of the volume of TK cross in the cloud, enter on SSA inverted or on Kijun inverted. So to anticipate now this TK cross in the cloud, this one, this TK cross, right? Come and enter here on SSA inverted here, right? This SSA and this SSA inverted before this TK cross happen here. And then you will be anticipating that at the same time, this volume of TK cross you will be anticipated, and at the same time, you will be also anticipating the KSB, right? You can also come and enter at Kijun inverted for the early entry. Now, if you want to anticipate the KSB volume, go and enter in Kijun inverted in cloud. Now, if you want to anticipate the KSB volume, let us say that you want to anticipate this KSB volume, like KSB volume, right? You need to enter in Kijun inverted in cloud. This one, this entry Kijun inverted in cloud, help you anticipate the KSB volume to the upside. Or maximum, you enter at SSB inverted if you don't have any KSB volume. You come and enter here at the early entry and on SSB inverted here to the upside. Okay. Now for the volume number 4, if you want to anticipate the TK cross push after the cloud, the volume TK cross push after the cloud, this one, for example, if you want to anticipate this TK cross push, this one, right? The anticipation is done before you see. For example, enter on Kijun, the first Kijun, or enter on Kijun when the price is between Kijun and SSA without touching SSA during TK correction. During TK cross in correction, like this one, you come and enter between Kijun and between SSA. During TK cross in correction, you enter here in this white space, and then you will be anticipating the push, right, to the upside. Now, another entry is that if you want to anticipate the same push, you can enter on SSA or on SSB too. If you also want to anticipate this next push, right, you come and enter just here on SSA. There's even 2 entry. There's also the SSA, right? You enter there, and then you anticipating the creation of this TK cross push. Now, there is also SSB, right? For this next push, right, to the upside, you can also anticipate the creation of this next push by entering on SSB here or even here, right? That's what I write here, SSB. Sometimes SSB is touched many times. That's why I write 1, 2, 3. So you can enter at this level to anticipate the creation of this next push, or you buy here to anticipate the creation of the next one again. So those are the SSB anticipation. You need to trade in anticipation, not trade for trade by anticipation, not trade for result or for wins. Trade for anticipation. Anticipation give everything that you want: wins, growth of capital, and anything. So when you see me writing Tenkan here, Tenkan one is like when the push already exists, then you come and take the first Tenkan. So for early entries, but we have done it already. So let's now look at this example. This one, the next one, this one. The cloud is an impulse zone used to trade TK, COS, and KSB volume. Look here, you realize that this cloud, right? The usefulness of the cloud is to trade the volume TK cross. This cloud, see the usefulness. It's like the cloud is like a spring, just to for you to earn the volume, right? It's an impulse zone. It's like a rocket, like a rocket. Is it a rocket? No, TK cross is a rocket. It's a rocket launcher. Voila. The cloud is a rocket launcher. It is this launcher, right? A rocket launcher. This is the cloud. You put money inside like you use the cloud like a launcher, like this, like a launcher, where the price will be the rocket, and then TK cross will be all of the path that the rocket will be making till the moon, till the target, to the targeted income. So the cloud is like a rocket like this that has an open hole where the price come and fall inside like a rocket. That where you put the price inside the cloud like a rocket, and then the cloud propulsate, eject and then the cloud eject the price to the upside, and then TK cross is just the trajectory of the rocket. TK cross is the trajectory of the rocket, like you see the trajectory. Okay, let me take this example instead. See, see the trajectory of the rocket. It look like a Tenkan line, right? Or a Kijun line. That's a little bit how TK cross is. That's the trajectory of a rocket, like this. It looks exactly like a trajectory of a rocket. And the cloud is literally a rocket launcher where the price come and enter here, and then the 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 the, the cloud launcher eject the price to the upside, and then Tenkan and Kijun are just trajectory of that rocket, and that's where you hit your target of income, income target. So Tenkan inverted, sometimes Tenkan coverage is sufficient. Okay. Tenkan inverted, SSB inverted, SSA inverted, Kijun when price is between Kijun and SSA during ticket correction, SSA and SSB. So the place where the impulse happen, that's where I want to show you. That's why I wrote it here. This place, like the price between Kijun and SSA, the SSA, the SSB. So these places are place where the launch will be done. The impulse will be made for you to earn the ticket cross. For you to earn the ticket cross. Yeah. Even this place, SSA inverted. Those are the launch point. You should not miss it. Those are the launch point. You see, each time you got on the launch point, you have the ability to earn a, a ticket cross volume. Each time you enter at the launch point, you earn a ticket cross volume. You earn a ticket cross volume because you think in volume. You earn a ticket cross volume. That's the thing. That is the that's the thing. Even for the bottom, SSA inverted a launch point. You earn this ticket cross volume. The space between Kijun and SSA, you earn this one. SSA is itself, you earn this whole long one that went down, right? You earn in volume, not in dollars. And you have your launch point, right? Because the cloud is an impulse. Even the space between the cloud and ticket cross, this space is an impulse zone. So be aware of that. It's very, very, very super duper duper exaggeratedly important. Okay, now let's look at this one. Super important, this one. So now let us look at how to trade the cloud. How do you know that you can have an entry here to the downside on the cloud? How do you know that you can have an entry on the cloud? How to know that the entry will be on the cloud? How to know that? So I'm saying here that how to use the cloud SS as a string of impulse using the CS1 method. That's the question that I'm answering here. To do that, the method is that the method to trade the cloud. So the method to trade the cloud on TS1. That's the method that I will explain now. You need first of all the H4 ticket timing. The H4 timing. First of all, you need to see the first ticket cost, the first downtrend ticket cost, or the first inclination of Tenkan bending down or the first inclination of Kijun down. That's first of all that what you need to see. So you need a timing to trade this. You need a timing. So what I'm saying is that right. Let us use this. Let us use this example on H4, right? So we said go on H4. On H4, right? The cloud were going to the upside like this, right? Also, the Kijun were going to the upside, and then Kijun started bending down at this level. That's why Kijun started bending down. What I will do is that, right? When Kijun start bending down there, I place a green vertical line. So also Tenkan were going toward the upside, but the first Tenkan bending down, I will place an orange line like this, right, for us to mark levels. So that's the first thing that you need to see. Tenkan bending down, Kijun bending down. Now, then go on, H1, enters on sell, right? Enters and sell on H1 during the H4 Tenkan inverted. First scenario, during the H4 Tenkan inverted, on SSA inverted or SSB inverted H1. So you will be sell on SSB inverted or SSA inverted. So let us look at first this scenario. So we need to go where there is. So what we will be using is that we will be using a TS1. We have a time frame H4 and then a time frame H1. So on H4, right, what we are looking is first bending of Tenkan line or first bending or Kijun line, right? That's what we are looking. First bending, only the first bending. And now on H1, we are looking for the cloud to trade. For first bending of Tenkan line on H1, what will be trading will be SSA inverted or SSB inverted, right? SSB inverted. So let me write it clearly. To trade the cloud, that is to trade the cloud, right? You have two time frame, H4 and H1. You need to look for first Tenkan bend on the higher time frame, first Tenkan bending to the downside, and first Tenkan Kijun bending to the downside. Now, for the first Tenkan bending to the downside, you need to go on H1. So you do the time frame skippy by one, the TS1, right? H1, one time frame below H4, where you saw the Tenkan bending. Is now on the H1 that you will be trading the cloud. And what part of the cloud you trade for the first Tenkan bending? You trade SSA inverted and SSB inverted. That's what we trade. So let us go on H1 now. I mean, um, I mean, the first Tenkan bending is here. So on H4, first of all, we draw the vertical line of Tenkan bending here. So when we go on H1, we are looking for SSA inverted. You know that the higher time frame is already bended to the downside. For this one, we don't have any SSA inverted. We don't have any SSA, but we only have SSB inverted. Okay, we have a SSB inverted here. That's how you trade the cloud. So you can have one of them. Let us look at another example. I don't like this example too much. Let's take this example, this one. First Tenkan bending start here on H4, and first Kijun bending to the downside start at this level on the green Neswa, right? So what we will be doing is that we go on H1. What you will be seeing is that for the first Tenkan bending, after the first Tenkan bending, H1 gave you an SSA inverted here. That's where you trade the cloud on SSB inverted, on SSA inverted. That's how you do that. Let's look at another example. For the first Tenkan bending, let's look at also this one. It will be this one. For first Tenkan bending, let us look at H1 during that first Tenkan bending down. At the first Tenkan bending down on H4, you have the SSE inverted cloud here that you can trade, that you can enter as a sell. That's how you enter in a sell on a cloud. You need, so if you want to trade the cloud, if you want to trade the cloud, right, on a specific time frame like H1, yeah, you want to be entering inside the cloud, and you want the cloud, that cloud, like if the cloud is going to the downside like that, you want the cloud to be like, and you want to be selling this cloud, right? You need, so if you say that you want to sell the cloud, you need the cloud to be a zone like this where there is 100% chance for the price to go down and 0% chance for the price to go to the upside. That's what you need the cloud to be, to act like. So for to do that, you need a timing on one time frame above on H4, right? The ticket host timing, the Tenkan bending and the Kijun bending, they are first bending. They are first bending. That's what you need. You need to see their first bending to be able to trade the cloud. If you don't have the first bending there, Don't try to trade a cloud on a time frame, on a specific time frame, because it's not the cloud, the one time frame that will help you trade a cloud. It's two time frame. That's why you use the time frame skipping by one method. So that's it. Let us look at another example on another pair. Let us go. Let us take a buy, for example. Let's use this one. Oh, sorry. Let's use this one. First Tenkan bending to the upside on H4. Yeah, right. First Tenkan bending to the upside here. When you go on H1, what are you seeing? At the first Tenkan bending, what do you see on H1? Just after the first Tenkan bending, you see SSB inverted, right? To the upside. That is when you buy. And then you can let the cloud go, the trade go. And then you can let the trade go. Crazy, crazy take. So now let us do the Kijun one now. First Kijun bending. Where are we even? Okay. During the first Kijun bending, H4, sell on SSA after KSB, or on SSB after KSB in H1. So let's go on H4. First Kijun bending. During this game, right? First Kijun bending is here. During this uptrend, first Kijun bending is this one on H4. So just go on H1. Why did I say that we enter? On SSA or SSB. So you see, you add SSA here for first Kijun bending. Then you also have SSB here. You enter as a buy, bending up, right? Let's do it on another. Let's do, for example, for this first Kijun bending down, for this one on gold. This first Kijun bending down. You go on H1, you will be entering where? SSB. As perfect as that. So let's do it also for between 15 minutes and 5 minutes. So now let's do it between 15 minutes and 5 minutes. So on 15 minutes, right? On 5 minutes, we want to trade the cloud. We want to trade the cloud, right? But we need a timing of Tenkan bending, first Tenkan bending and first Kijun bending. The first bending, right? When we have the first bending, then we can drop down one time frame below and trade the cloud on SSA inverted, SSB inverted, or SSA, SSB after KSB, right? When we have passed KSB. So what you need to do is that you go on 15 minutes. What you will be doing is that right? Okay, we have this thing. First Tenkan bending on 15 minutes is this one. First Kijun bending is this one. So you go on 5 minutes. For the first Tenkan bending, you only had this SSB inverted. For the first Kijun bending, this one, you have this SSA, right? To the downside. Let's take another example, maybe on another pair. Let's go on Bitcoin. Let's take this first. Let's take at this line. When I go on lower time frame, this connection is lagging. So that was the first Kijun bending, right? On 15 minutes. So that first Kijun bending gave you SSBN. Let's stop doing that on 5 minutes. My graphic is lagging. Let us do on higher time frame only. I don't want to keep doing that on lower time frame because it is lagging. So if you are on daily, for example, now we will be doing daily 4 hour, right? We are looking for Tenkan bending, Kijun bending to be able to trade the cloud on H4. Okay. Let's take the first Tenkan bending here on daily and the first Kijun bending here on daily. Those first bending. What will they give you? First Tenkan bending here, first Kijun bending here. Let's go on let's go on H4 now. For the first Tenkan bending on daily, H4 give you SSA inverted, right? SSA inverted. Now for the first Kijun bending, you have a little bit on the future SSA. That's how you can expect trading the cloud, a cloud that doesn't get broken, that work. And that's when you realize that this cloud represents 100% chances to go down and 0% chances to go up because it is backed by a daily ticket course, a daily Kijun bending down. This H4 cloud is backed by something, by a power above, from the above, by a superpower from the above. That's why it is going down. That's the proof. That's the thinking, the thought pattern, the logical proof. Nice. So we done with this. So here I was saying that, right, SS and ticket cost relationship. The cloud SS is the propeller that creates the ticket cost. Exactly. This cloud create all of these ticket costs. When you do the TS1, when M15 ticket cost is downward in a snake or a skinny or infusion, and the price is on Kijun or ticket cost one or on a ticket cost 1, 2, 3. So when what I'm trying to say there is that, right, when on 15 minutes, I don't like going on 15 minutes. Oh man, I have a good connection, but I even upgraded this connection recently. So when on 15 minutes, when ticket cost is in a fusion like this, skinny like this, and we have the first touch, right? Enter on 15-minute SSA or SSB on a sell, even if there is Tenkan inverted going upward, keep selling because it's just a correction, right? So go on 5 minutes. If you see TK Tenkan TK yeah, TK bending down like this, first Tenkan touch or Kijun touch, go on 5 minutes. So this will this chart is lagging. I don't like it. Oh, okay. So just go down on 5 minutes and enter. This is 5 minutes, right? You enter inside this SSB. Even if Tenkan is bending to the upside like this, it's just a correction, a deep correction. Enter on the cloud. Enter also at this on this SSB here after on 5 minutes. So let's go back on bigger time frame. It's lagging so much on lower time frame. So that's why I'm saying and I'm telling you that the cloud that you see there is not a it's just random something. The cloud is a propeller that eject the price. But you need a logical power. You need a type of logical thinking. What you need to see in big time frame on daily to have it in 4 hours. To trade the cloud in 4 hours, you need on day a daily ticket cost. The first daily ticket cost, the first one. I said the first, I didn't say the first bending. I didn't say the last one after no, the first bending, the earliest one, the first one. That's what you need. So let's move to the next. The next one is saying that when the price was rising, but ticket cost is lower in the H4. When the price was landing, but ticket cost was downtrend in the H4 cloud, while we are on a Tenkan setup and on daily and Kijun one on weekly bearish. On the H4 chart, when the Tenkan and Kijun are both inside the cloud and the price is significantly above the price with a large gap, there will be a big downward reversal until the price touches its Kijun, at least on H4. especially for the Bitcoin or NDCs. Okay, there is one thing that I realized. I realized that here is what I realized is exactly where we are now. What I realized is that, right, you can have a cloud going up like this, uh, SSB like this, and then you will be having Kijun inside the cloud this way, and Tenkan also inside like this, the cloud. And then if the price move to the upside like this and far above SSA, far above, far above SSA, far above ticket cost, like the distance is very high, you may think that the price will continue going up. No, the price will drop and go down because ticket cost volume is first of all to the downside and the price is far here above. So at this level, you will be selling. That's what is happening here. That's what is happening here. Here is the cloud. Here is ticket cost inside the cloud. And at this level, when the candle are at this level, ticket cost is still, the volume is still to the downside. And ticket and the price is far ahead above. You may say, oh, I don't know what is happening, but you know. This is a configuration where the price dropped down. Because first of all, the fact that ticket cross is inside the cloud create a resistance from the price to go to keep going up further. It happens sometimes, not regularly, but you can actually see it happen on some places. I'm looking to show you a place where it happened also in the past. Okay, there is a place. You see, for example, here, Kijun was still inside the clubs. It's true that Tenkan was already below, but the price were far above here, above SSA, above Kijun, above SSP. What are you doing? Are you keep buying? That's a trap. This is a sell configuration. If ticket cost is inside the cloud, the price is in the air like this, just sell this. Just sell this because ticket cost is first of all downtrend. Just sell this. That's all I can say for that part. So let's do this one. So the question for this one is that H4 volume ticket cost appears to cost down with SS Nuage, SS Cloud, but just reduce and goes upward. H4 ticket cost appears to cost down the the ticket fat, but just reduce and goes upward without Tenkan going down from Kijun in correction Y. Okay, the question is a little bit awkward, but what the fuck did I do? So look, this right. Let me. I understand what I was were trying to say there. Let me show you what exactly on the chart. You see this whole uptrend. It happened a lot on H4 and H1. This is what the phenomenon that I want to show you. See, Kijun is going up, going up, going up, going up, going up, going up. But look at what Tenkan does. Tenkan is reducing without touching, without crossing Kijun. Tenkan is reducing without crossing Kijun. Tenkan is just reducing, then keep going up. Tenkan reduce, then keep going up. It's only far above here than that Tenkan cross with Kijun. Why is it that when Tenkan were rising and reducing, it did not cross? It reduced, keep going up, reduce, just reduce without crossing. Why is it that Tenkan doesn't cross down? Tenkan doesn't cross Kijun to create a real correction? Because a correction is not a reduction. That is what I call TK Tenkan reduction, TK reduction. That is not a TK correction. You understand? That is a TK reduction. It's not a TK correction. A TK correction is this one when Tenkan goes below. Okay. When Tenkan goes below Kijun. Now, TK reduction in 4 hour without TK cross. That's what we call it. Why is it happening? H4 reduction of TK fat thickness without a clear TK cross reduction. In this case, during the reduction, you must buy H1 SSB. Okay. So at this point, at this level, you need to go and buy H1 SSB. So if I go on H1, so if I go on H1, what you will be seeing me doing is that you will be buying all SSB during the reduction. But the reason, the question will be, why is it just reducing without any real deep correction, right? Why is it just reducing? So this H1, you will be buying all of this SSB, right? All of this SSB. There's no problem about buying this SSB. There's no problem at all. You can buy SSBs because those SSB will be working 0% probability to go up, to go down, and 100% probability to go to the upside. All of these SSB will be that way. But the question is that, why am I seeing this phenomenon on H4 where TK is just reducing without crossing? So, and in H1, Kijun will be at the bottom of SSB, and Tenkan also will be at the bottom of SSB. Okay, so when you go and buy on SSB, right, there will be a bit. During those reduction, there will be a bit on H1. The bit will be there, right? You will be thinking that because the price has created, KSB to the downside on H1, therefore you need to sell and sell till the price break here and then start going down. Because this KSB, that is a bit. Meanwhile, you should not be selling. You should also only be buying. You see how you read volumes. You should only be buying. This KSB is a bit, right? This KSB is a bit to the downside. You should be buying and staying in position. Then the Tenkan will rise to the upside to the top of the SSB, and the price will create the inverted SSB. This phenomenon can deceive the unaware. The unaware traders, but it is a pure and simple buy. It's not a sell. It's a pure and simple buy. So when Tenkan is out below like this, is a buy. It's really technical because this idea of buying doesn't come from H1. I will show you. I'm about to come about that. You enter on H1, right? the phenom appears of TK reduction, right? TKR reduction appear on H4. You go on enter on H1 on SSB, right? But the root cause of this phenomenon is the most important. It's not the entry. If you focus on the entry, you will die. You will not make it. You will not make any reasoning. The cause is on daily. So now let us look at the cause. Here I wrote in French. The cause and the reasons of the reduction of the TK fat bullish without any TK cross toward the downside in H4. The cause is what? The cause is that it is because in daily the price stays above Tenkan, above a Tenkan bended toward the upside, and the price will not touch Tenkan daily. So the price will not touch Tenkan daily and it stays above Tenkan. And we have not even yet touched the first Tenkan on daily, even 1 ounce. And what makes the price goes up even though we didn't touch Tenkan daily is the red pull back candles in daily. Therefore, on its buy support in daily, of a red pull back candle, you will see that the H4 TK fat will just reduce, without any TK cross toward the downside. So entry on Kijun H4 or SSA when the daily red pullback touches the red can candle red support the the red candle that serves as a support and don't fear to enter at that time when you see the reduction of a fatigue on H4. So let's go on chart. So let's go on chart. Let's go on chart. Let's go on chart. Let's go on chart and let me show you. So you will see that Tenkan bend down, bend down, bend down, bend down. Okay. But it reduced the fat, but never touches, never crosses down on H4. But what happened on daily? See, you see the daily Tenkan. Daily Tenkan is going to the upside. No candle is touching daily Tenkan all up till only up only up until this candle. So what do you realize? You realize that the market went to the upside here, created this red candle, then went back to the upside, created what? A series of two red candles that came and touches this support zone, right? Because we had a V breaker, the candle, the red candle is happening. Same thing here. The market goes up, break this high, right? And then come back at the same level here. The market break again this high and then come back at the same level here, right? So that event of coming back at the level of a red candle like this, of the previous red candle somewhere here, without touching Tenkan. The most important thing is that, right, the price on daily doesn't touch Tenkan at all. It doesn't touch Tenkan at all over up until that candle here above. So when you go on H4, you will see that the reason why the H4 can bend down without crossing, just reducing the fat, and then the price keep moving up is because Tenkan daily is not touched at all, right? You can have another example on another place just to confirm that. Let's take an example where Tenkan daily is not touched. Let's take an example here. Let's take this example here. See, for example, Tenkan daily here from this place goes to the upside. It is not touched only at this level. And you will see the red pullback playing out, right? The break of the V breaker, red pullback because of the break of the V breaker. So you will see that when you go on H4 to see this movement, you will see that H4 has done many, many Tenkan bending down, just reducing the fat without, clearly without what? Reducing the fat on H4 here without crossing, right? Reducing the fat here on H4 without crossing, reducing the fat. Even when this touch on on daily comes, it barely it has the Tenkan had almost crossed, but it did not cross toward the downside. So what creates this event where you only have a reduction, but without reduction of the TK fat without a clear cross, is the fact that daily Tenkan goes to the upside and no candle is touching daily. No candle is touching daily. All up till all till when the candle will touch daily. So the red pullback on daily creates this phenomenon on H4, a TK reduction. Okay, that's why. So to prove that, let us see when on daily Tenkan is touched. Let us take this example when on daily Tenkan is touched by the price. This example where we are now. On this example, Tenkan is touched by the price many times, right? Tenkan is touched here, Tenkan is touched here, Tenkan is touched here, Tenkan is touched here, right? Let us even take only these ones. So now let us go on H4. You will see that when Tenkan on daily, you will see that when Tenkan on daily is touched, what happened? You have a clear TK cross in H4, right? You have clear TK cross. Tenkan crosses Kijun clearly to the downside, even here, right? Even at this level. And you have clear correction. Not that clear correction. Anyway, a correction is when TK cross happen, right? Toward the downside. So what you need to understand is that what creates TK reduction is just not touching Tenkan on daily and red pullbacks make the price go toward the upside. That's all. And you need to enter on H1 SSB. But when you see, for this case, for example, for this case, when you see when Tenkan is touched, where do you enter? When Tenkan is touched like this, where do you enter on H1? Let's go on H1. When Tenkan is touched now, this is no more Tenkan. This is no more Tenkan what? This is no more TK correction. This is no more TK reduction. This during TK correction itself. Okay, you just enter on Kijuna inverted. Kijuna inverted below the cloud. Kijuna inverted below the cloud. It's no more on SSB. It's no more on SSB. Kijuna inverted below the cloud. Because we have two scenario. We have two scenario. We have daily time frame, right? Tenkan isn't touched like this. Tak, 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 tak. Tenkan isn't touched, right? And now Tenkan is touched during on daily. Like Tenkan is touched on daily, right? For these two scenario, for when Tenkan isn't touched, you go and enter on H1 on SSB, right? But when Tenkan is touched, you go and enter on H1 on Kijun inverted before the cloud. As simple as that. Now let's look at this one. Prioritize the ticket cost volume KSB and Tenkan over over the Tenkan line, the inclination of Tenkan line. So what I'm saying here is that high time frame daily cost of ticket cost further reduction without downward ticket cost. The ticket cost and the KSB on daily or weekly or monthly are bullish, and the price is at the top of the line because on the daily chart the Tenkan is always tilted upward, inclined upward, and there is always a strong bullish impulse. And you can even see that the weekly chart, on the weekly chart, that the Tenkan is tilted upward. So the impulse is very bullish. Therefore, on the H4 chart, the inverted Tenkan ticket fat will not create a bearish ticket cost because on the daily and the weekly chart, the impulse are very strong. So the principle is not just to look at a Tenkan that is inclined to the upside, but also to look at the direction of the ticket cost volume and prioritize this volume really to the line. So this explanation is the try to explain this one. I try to explain the ticket cost reduction using the fact that the volume is the cause, the volume on daily is the cause of that ticket reduction, the strong volume. But this explanation is not the cause. That's why I prefer even to erase it. Like this explanation is not even the cause of the ticket cost reduction. Because what I thought first, and it was not right, it was not functioning, is that because on daily and weekly, for example, because yeah, weekly is going to the upside like this, daily, during that time, daily is also going to the upside. Therefore, on H4, I will be seeing those TK reduction, but no, it's not the case. TK reduction, TK reduction happen here not because of a weekly uptrend. No, it's because Tenkan is not touched and red candles are dragging the price toward the upside. It's not because an uptrend. Because see, on H4, TK reduction happened in this place of the chart on weekly. But in this place of the chart on weekly, Tenkan is not even bended too much to the upside. It's just slightly bended, not that much. And on daily, but on daily, Tenkan is bended well toward the upside. But what dragged the price to the upside is the red pullback. That is those red pullback without touching Tenkan even once. That make the reduction. So this explanation is not right. I prefer to even erase it like this. So I thought first of all I need to prioritize volume over the line, but that is not actually a good explanation. So don't take it into account. I will leave it here, but this one is not correct as the cause. So the volume thickness, the volume thickness schemes. So you need to understand, right? There are volume thicknesses. The volume scheme, very important. Volume scheme. The first volume scheme is for a bullish market, like the price is going to the upside, tack, 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 like this. on H4, for example, when TK cross and the cloud are both large, when TK cross like this is large and the cloud is also large, right? The price will do what? The price will go down. You will make the price to fall. Too fat, too fat TK cross, the price fall. For example, this one, you see this large TK, this last cloud, the price where when the cloud is large like this, the cloud, the TK cross is also large, and then the candle went down. You can see it at many events, even during this one, during this last cloud, during this one, ticket cost was there large, and then the price fell down. So that's the first volume. Then the second type of volume, when ticket is large and the cloud is in fusion. So we have a large ticket cost and the cloud is in fusion, right? The cloud is here, the ticket cost is large. So what we do is, what you need to do is to understand is that right? This one will make the price go down. It doesn't happen all of the time, but we can spot it. So a large ticket, let us try to spot it here. When ticket cost is large and the cloud is in fusion, like this one, okay, I found it. It's not like, so the cloud is at this level, the price is here, right? Ticket cost is very large, the price is here above, and then the cloud is in fusion here. See, see how the price dropped down. As simple as that, it dropped down. You get it? That's how that's the phenomenon. Now, the next one, the number three is ticket cross is in fusion and the cloud is loud, is large, is fat. It will create a correction, right? That's the beginning of a correction. Fusion ticket cross, and so let me do it on H4. Look for example. you know that you are having a correction. Let's see, for example, this one. When TK course here start becoming in fusion like this, see how the price is fatter. TK cost here is in fusion, the cloud is large. So you see this correction, right? That is what I'm trying to say. So that is the example. So Tenkan and Kijun have started reducing, and then you see that. So the number 3 is TK growth is incorrect, is in fusion like this, and then the cloud instead is inside large this way. Then the price will drop, and it is a correction of TK like this. Okay. Now when both cloud and TK are in fusion, this is the end of the correction and the beginning of a push trend. The price will go to the upside. So now we have another element. When TK when Tenkan went up and then went down, and Kijun were like this, like SSA was like this. So both of them are in fusion, like very skinny here, right? It is the end of a correction because you see that the correction has end, and the beginning of a push trend. You can see it in 4 hour. You can see it in 4 hour. Both. mm, Let me take this case, right? When TK started becoming a fusion here, the cloud himself start becoming a fusion too. Like TK core start becoming a fusion here, a skinny. The cloud is starting also its journey. So it's the beginning of a upside movement. And lastly, when the TK cause reduction without TK crossing and a large cloud, and when the cloud is large, so during this period, so this one is what we have seen here, the number 5. TK cause reduced without TK fat reduced without TK crossing down, Tenkan crossing below Kijun. Let me just translate this one. So the phenom, that I'm talking here is about this one. it is this one, what we just saw earlier. Ticket cost reduce without crossing below Kijun. It just reduces. What I say is that the upward trend continues from the H4 Kijun chart because the Tenkan 1 level 1 won't be reached on the daily chart, and because the red pullback occurs at the top of Tenkan, which is what is driving the password. So this one, right, is an uptrend movement because on daily, right, you have red candles that is propulsing the price to the upside. Like you break the V breaker, but none of this one is touching. None of the candle are touching Tenkan on daily. That is in daily. That's why this price keep moving to the upside because of the red candle pullback. All right, that's what I'm trying to explain here. So we are done with that. So on this place, I'm saying that the volume ticket cost is prioritized over the Tenkan line on weekly, daily, monthly, and above. The volume is stronger. So let's go on Bitcoin, on gold, sorry. Let's go on the gold. See this. See this. On gold, right? Many, you see Tenkan bending to the downside here and Kijun bending to the downside. So the volume is downtrend. But at a certain point, Tenkan on weekly started bending up. You could have said, oh, the market is not going up. Let me buy the gold. That is a bait. This Tenkan, a single line Tenkan will never be stronger than the cost of a volume. The volume is dictating the direction of the price. That's why the volume is stronger than a single line. So prioritize always the ticket cost volume over a sample line, right? That's why at that level, see, when weekly is to the, when you know that when weekly, when ticket cost weekly is to the downside, like on weekly, just keep selling because daily, even though daily started going to up to the to, ticket cost went up here, it was just a correction. Then ticket cost went back down. Why? Because it is the weekly that has power over the daily, right? And at a certain moment, the daily will follow the ticket cost on weekly. So keep selling the gold. That's the reason. Now let's move to the next. SSA embedded in daily is a strong resistance when it is in the direction of a monthly Okay. This one is a very important tool. Let me give you some daily SSA. You have this daily SSA here, right? Normally, an SSA, right, inverted like this one, that the price move above touches that. So normally, SSA inverted when SSA like this and the price come and touch it this way, the price must drop down, right, like this. That's the normal behavior, but it doesn't always do that. And what is the cause of not doing that or doing that? That's what I'm about to show you. So let's mark any SSA and let me daily SSA mountain. Let me show you why it didn't follow as planned. It didn't follow as planned. Let us mark the middle of those SSA like this. Even this one. why it did not bring the price down like crazy down, breaking the lows. But this SSA here, right? This SSA here, so brought the so all over all of these four SSA inverted. This one failed to bring the price to the downside. This also one failed to bring the price to the downside because the price keep going up. This one also failed to bring the price to the downside because the price keep going up, right? The only SSA that worked was this SSA inverted, right? It made the price go like crazy up. What is the reason of that? The reason of that, to understand the reason of that, you need to do the time frame skipping by two method going on monthly. You will find the SSA here on daily. But why is it that on more that some SSA work, some SSA acts as resistance, others are not acting as resistance? So if we go on monthly, right, you will see something remarkable, something very remarkable is that SSA will act as a real support, will stop the price. Like SSA will stop the price when it is on a monthly kijun, right? This monthly kijun. This monthly kijun, right, was a zone where it was 0 and 100 like this, sure to go up. It means that what? All other SSA here was about to get broken because the monthly kijun is to pull up the price toward the upside, right? Monthly kijun, the role of the monthly kijun is to make the price go toward the upside and break the highs even further, all right? So the monthly kijun direction, mean direction is to the upside. So when you go on daily, those SSA cannot hold the price and make them go down. Those SSA daily inverted, those SSA inverted cannot make the price fall. That's why you should not expect the price falling down on those SSA. The only SSA that make that support the price, that make the price resist, is the SSA that is linked, that goes toward the same direction of the direction of the monthly. So a good SSA, like this SSA here on daily, right? That way like this is a good SSA because it is combined with a kijun, a monthly kijun, right? That's why it's a good SSA inverted. But other SSA that were like resistance, right, failed to make the price resist because the monthly direction were too strong and bringing the price to the upside. That's why you should not be selling, hardcore selling on those SSA. That's what I'm explaining here. It's very, very important because it validates a resistance zone. That's what unvalidate. I gave you the unvalidation of this resistance that is called SSA is the monthly direction, is the monthly uptrend direction. Okay. Now let's go to the next one. H1 Kijun inclination toward the upside, break SSB daily, which is inclined to the downside. So H1. So you know what? For this one, I will just directly translate like this, and I will put it this way. So H1 Kijun will break the SSB daily if Okay, if the price rise and touch SSB daily chart, okay, what I'm explaining here is that right? If you have SSB daily bended to the downside like this, SSB daily, right? That is a daily SSB. If the price rise and touch SSB daily, how do you know that the price will break SSB toward the upside? You know if the H1 Kijun move toward the upside when SSB is touched by the price. On H1, the Kijun can tilt ons, can be inclined ons, and then second time upward. Even if we just saw a fresh seller on Kijun, this Kijun won't be respected when selling is because H1 Kijun instead of tilting downward, tilt upwards. Wise action on H1, sell bearish Kijun and buy bullish Kijun when the price is on a daily SSB if you are not 100% certain. So we did this one already. So what I'm trying to explain is that right? How do you know that a zone on Kijun here on SSB daily, right? We hold the price or not. You know that it will be broken if SSB daily H1 come and break like this, right? That's how you know. If H1 Kijun, sorry, if H1 Kijun come and break, come and pass above the line of daily SSB, then that daily SSB will be broken. But if instead a line of H1 come and turn back down like this, then this SSB daily zone is validated toward the downside. This one is invalidated, invalid, valid. Because normally, since SSB is bended to the downside like this, it must normally make every price go down, right? But in this case, it will not because Kijun H1 is the validator. Kijun H1 just broke it toward the upside. Let us look at it for the one last time. Let us take let us take this H1 here, this SSB here. This an SSB, right? This an SSB, right? On daily. When you go on H1, these are SSB on daily. You see this SSB on daily. The line of SSB on daily was like this. See how Kijun H1 is breaking it, going down, right? When you see that Kijun H1 is breaking it down, just keep selling. Even though the ticket cost volume is breaking that SSB line, right? We can take another example now. Let us take this example of SSB daily. This one worked. This SSB daily worked. You go on H1, you will see that H1 will bend to the upside and walk toward the upside. This was SSB daily, right? You see that, first of all, SSB H1 Kijun went below SSB daily, making as if we are keep selling. This can be a bait for trader who doesn't know that the fact that Kijun is just at this level doesn't validate the fact that this line is broken to down. Kijun must go far down there. So if at this level, when Kijun just passed the SSB line, Kijun bend back up to the upside, just start buying again because it proves that this SSB on daily is trying to work, but it will not work if Kijun keeps stay to the downside, bended to the downside. So that's all for the volume theory. So now Let's look at another technical theory, which is very interesting also, which is the line theory.